Yes. Good. Okay. We'll wait for 2-3 minutes and then we'll begin. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Now I should be in the right dimensions. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. So today's class is going to have another set of multiple topics in that regard. Agenda is that first we'll start with what is called August Declaration, and which is called Montague's Declaration. Though there is a difference of at least 6 to 7 months between the August Declaration and generally the Government of India Act 1919, as it is called, Montague claims for reforms. In between, we have the Rowlatt Satyagraha, and thereafter, we will go into non-cooperation movement, Chauri Chaura, and Swarajists, no changes. Swarajist, no changes. So we'll try to reach till 1923-24 period today. I'll again try to give you a timeline. Yesterday was about bringing Gandhi back, and we discussed Gandhi's South African experience. We discussed Ahmedabad, Kheda, and Champaran, and we discussed his basic strategy in India. What is Satyagrah? What is the method of struggle to struggle? So I think we are clear with regards to Gandhi. We rather have to now go into how Gandhian politics is divided or is considered. Now, before we do that, because I'm going to take a little bit names of different viceroys. This is the list of viceroys. See, though you do not have to learn this, do not learn the dates. I'll tell you the names which you have to remember generally. So, since the revolt of 1857, Lord Canning became the first Governor General Viceroy. See, after Canning, for us, Dufferin is important. Why is Dufferin important? Very good. It is under him that Indian National Congress will be formed. And Lytton, I will discuss when I'll discuss press policy with you because of Vernacular Press Act itself. Thereafter, the next important personality for us is Curzon, because he's the one who shifts and basically leads to this first change in our politics from moderate politics to extremists. So Curzon becomes important. Thereafter, Minto is important for Morley-Minto reforms. If you remember, he's the father of separate electorates or communal electorates in India. And Harding was the one on which the bomb was thrown. Today, we are discussing a person called Lord Chelmsford. And reading will be not important for us. Next most important viceroy is going to be Irving. So today, when I'm going to use Chelmsford basically means the viceroy Chelmsford. On the other hand, you have the Montague Chelmsford because of the name of Montague. Montague was a Secretary of State. We'll discuss that. But out of this list, I will give you the list of Governor Generals in the end. I'll give you the list and what they did also in the end. I'll attach a PDF to this PPT itself. Last module, I'll just attach it so that there's everything with regards to what they've done, what happened under them. We don't need to discuss it, but generally, the sequence and their what happened under them will be given to you. But as of right now, just remember this basic sequence, that there is Canning, then there is Dufferin, then there is Curzon, then there is Minto, then there is Harding, and then there is Chelmsford. This is the place where we are, Lord Chelmsford being the Viceroy. Lytton, I am not putting in right now into this list, because when I will discuss Vernacular Press Act, he can be put in wherever you want to put him. He's not as such important to the basic story for us. The ones which are very important after Chelmsford is going to be Irvine, Wavell, Irvine, Linlithgow, Wavell, Mountbatten. 4 more are there actually who are considered very, very important for you, because you will see their names in the examination generally. But Lytton and Ripon, generally the two opposite ends of rule in India, Lytton being very, very strict, Ripon being okayish. The basic point is, when I say Chelmsford, I hope now that word is going to make sense to you. Yes, because that is the basic discussion I'm trying to have here. Because where does Chelmsford come in? Don't have to learn his dates, but we have to discuss Chelmsford's period today in a way, and a part of reading in that regard. Okay. So this is the basic list of viceroys. As I said, viceroy list and their what they did will be given to you later. That is of no purpose to you right now. Now, yesterday we brought back Gandhi. Now today we'll be discussing two very important timelines. But what I am going to do is that I am going to talk about the Montagu Declaration, August Declaration 1917, and thereafter we'll straight away go into the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. Because though this happens in the end, I want to do the constitutional history first, because it is a little bit heavy that way, because Montagu-Chelmsford introduces a lot of interesting things in India. So we have to be very wary of the basic changes which have happened under Montagu. So I'm going to give you the timeline. I'm going to give you the timeline, what we traversed today. But generally, I'm telling you that I will be jumping straight to Montagu, and then I'll be back for Rowlatt Act in that regard. So the are two timelines we are going to actually operate in today. Everybody's ready, right? Everybody's comfortable, no issues. Vivek, I don't control my volume. You control your volume. I can't do anything about it. Okay, we can start, right? Yes? Okay. So 1914, 1915, 1917, 1917, thereafter 1918. Then we have April 1919, 6th April 1919. Then you have 9th April, 10th April, then you go to 13th April, April 1919. Then 13th will be Jallianwala Bagh, 18th April 1919, and you have August, September 1919. On the other hand, the other timeline goes in the direction of the non-cooperation, which is generally 1919 and 1920. Therefore, January of 1920, August of 1920, 1st August, 31st August, 31st August 1920, then September 1920, December 1920. Now, what is the difference between these two timelines is because this is called the Rowlatt Satyagraha. This is the NCM timeline. Now, what happened in 1914? 1914, First World War started. 1915 is the Defense of India Act, which was used to check revolutionary activities. Where have we discussed this act previously? In what context have we discussed it? Come on. Very good, very good. The Ghadar movement. In this act was used to stifle the Ghadar movement. Very good. Then comes Montague Declaration or August Declaration. Remember, August offer and August Declaration, different things. Then 1917, First World War will end. Now, April 1919, the Rowlatt Act will be passed. On 6th April 1919, we will have the All India Hartal. 9th April 1919, there will be two personalities, Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyapal, who will get arrested. Then 10th April is called Amritsar violence. 13th April 1919, the darkest moment, Jallianwala Bagh. 18th April, Rowlatt Satyagraha called off. And September is Government of India Act 1919. Government of India Act 1919. On the other hand, the other part of the story, 1919 is called the Treaty of Versailles or Versailles. Then comes the Treaty of Sevres, which is going to now impact the Ottomans, the concept of Khalifa. Then January of 1920, the Khilafat movement will start. And between January and August, there will be multiple attempts of how Khilafat can get appropriated within the INC. But Tilak did not want it. He did not want a religious issue to get attached to the INC. Thereafter, 31st August 1920, Tilak will die. And in September, we will have a special session which is called the Calcutta session. And this is called the Nagpur session. This is special, in which NCM informally launched and NCM launched formally. And NCM means non-cooperation movement. So you have these two timelines which are working together. So you have First World War, Defense of India Act, then after that Montague Declaration, August Declaration. Then World War will end in 1918. Then in 1919, Treaty of Versailles, Treaty of Sevres related to the First World War. Then from January of 1920 to August of 1920, the question is going to be how can Khilafat get absorbed into non-cooperation, into the INC. Then 31st August 1920, Tilak will die. he was the main ardent, he was not allowing the INC to take this issue itself. As soon as he will be dead, his last breath will lead to, in September, a special session in Calcutta, which will be non-cooperation informally will be launched. And in Nagpur session, December, there will be a formal announcement of non-cooperation plus Khilafat, as it is called. Parallelly to this, in 1919 itself, there was a lot of things which happened. Rowlatt will be passed. Then you will have All India Hartal. Thereafter, 9th April, Saifuddin Kichlev and Satyapal will get arrested under Rowlatt Act itself. 10th April, Punjab wrongs. Thereafter, you will have Jallianwala Bagh. 13th, then Rowlatt Satyagrah will be called off in 18th April, and you will have Government of India Act 1919. Purna Swaraj is 1929, Lahore session. So 10 years away from that. So are we clear with regards to what we have to do today? So you can see there are multiple timelines which we have to cover generally today, and there are multiple general things. So what I want to do is, the odd one out topic in this is actually Government of India Act 1919. This one. It's the only constitutional question. So what I'm going to do with you is I'm going to discuss the Montague Declaration, and then I'll go to the Government of India Act 1919, Montague Claims for Reforms, and then I'll be back to the Indian National Movement. Clear? How are we going to cover this whole area? Yes? Okay. Now, Edwin Montague written with an E also, doesn't matter. Sometimes written like this also, Montague statement. Now, what is significant about this statement and why is it so important? See, everybody's ready, right? Because now I start and I need your concentration. Okay. What happens is that, very simply, in 1909, when Morley was asked that what is the purpose of the British in India, his answer was very simple. Aryan, you can write any spelling. Montague, both are correct. That is not an issue. It's about which spelling, American or English, UK, which you follow. It's that is what it matters. Montague is one, Chelmsford is the other. Okay. So when Morley was asked in 1909 that what is the purpose of British in India, he gave a very simple example, and a very simple concept, that we are here to rule India. We are here to rule India, and if somebody is asking for Swaraj, which is self-rule, Swaraj equals to sedition. In Morley's mind, in Minto's mind, anybody who is fighting for Swaraj is basically treasonous. It's not how. That is his understanding. That if you are asking for self-rule, then you are doing treason, because then you are going against the government of India. You're going against the government of India. So for them, all nationalists were nothing but doing sedition. Sedition is basically when you go against the government, or to entice violence, or to say something which creates a certain dissatisfaction with the government. Very simply, if you are criticizing the government, you are doing sedition. You're doing sedition. So under the Indian Penal Code, a nationalist could be arrested under sedition because he's asking for Swaraj. He was asking for Swaraj. So Morley was very clear what was the purpose of the British in India. And the purpose of the British in India was that we are here to rule. No big concepts, no big understanding. Simple point of the matter is, we are here to rule. If somebody is asking for self-rule, then we believe that he is going against the state. And if somebody is trying to entice the people vis-a-vis for asking for self-rule, that is also in its sense basically the concept of what we call as sedition, or treason against the government. You are in a way enticing violence or dissatisfaction against the government of India, the monarchy, the queen. Therefore, it will be accepted that you are doing something against the state. Whenever you act against the state, it is considered as sedition, as it is in the British India. We still use that law in that regard. 124A, it is called IPC, but still we have changed the definition quite a lot. The Supreme Court has said that it has to be specifically about enticing violence, but at this point of time, saying something against the British itself is considered treasonous, and is considered sedition. So if I asked Morley, why are you, in a way, why are you not doing anything good for India? As of 1909, he said that we are here to rule India. We have nothing more, nothing less. So I hope you understand Morley's understanding that we are here to rule India, nothing more, nothing less. Yes? Okay, very good. Class starts at 6 o'clock, irrespective of anything. Okay, now, when in 1917, the new Secretary of State, name Edwin Montagu, he was asked this question: what is the purpose of British rule in India? He changed the line. He changed the line because now he said something extremely significant. He said that the purpose of the British in India is not just to rule, but is to give the Indian population representative government, or what is called as the progressive realization of self-rule in India. What this means is that sedition is not equal to Swaraj. Sedition is not equal to Swaraj. So Montagu has changed his line totally. Now you will ask me, sir, why? Why did he change the basic concept? Guess. Why did he change the orientation? What would be the reason for that? Not Gandhi. It's not Gandhi. Yes, very good, Pulkit. Great. It is basically the First World War. During the First World War, when there was no end in sight, when there was no, because it had already gone for close to 3 years now. So for 3 years, there was literally fighting, and Indian cooperation was needed. Indian cooperation was needed in the sense that a lot of soldiers needed to be recruited. They give us this carrot, as it is called in the larger concept of carrot and stick policy. It is called that they give us this carrot, this lollipop, that see, we believe that sedition was equal to Swaraj, but now we don't. We are also here for the same thing. We are here to give you Swaraj, but the question which nationalists asked Edwin Montagu was, okay, then when? How? In what form? These questions he does not want to answer. It's the progressive realization of self-rule in India, wherein he is arguing that we are also here for the same purpose. So the Edwin Montagu Declaration is considered a very major change in the orientation of the British, because before this they were not ready to argue or say that We will give any form of representative government to the people also. And the simple point is, this is happening at a time when the First World War is now taking a toll. And as of right now, America had not entered the war. So once America will enter the war, then only the British attitude will again change, which you will see. But as of right now, the British simply have changed their basic understanding, which is extremely significant that ways. But remember, this carrot, this lollipop will be followed by a major stick as soon as the war will be over, which is called the Rowlatt Act. So the irony of the story is that you have the August Declaration, which says that we are going to give you self-rule. Then comes the Rowlatt Act. Once they create the mess with Rowlatt Act and Jallianwala Bagh, thereafter the act is going to actually come. So if you look at this basic timeline, look at the timing of Government of India Act 1919. It is not before Rowlatt, but it's after Jallianwala Bagh. So therefore, they again wanted to pacify. This is very well called in what we call as British policy, carrot and stick policy. That you use the carrot to lure the people and thereafter use the stick to discipline. So this is your carrot, this is your stick, then again is your carrot. This is called carrot, stick, carrot policy. Are you getting my point? How and why Montagu changed his basic understanding? December of 1917 they will come. I know, Rahul, don't worry. The simple point of the matter is that August Declaration is a major development vis-a-vis what has been happening and what the British were doing in India. Are we clear with regards to this? Why is it such a significant document? Yes? Okay. So, the government policy in India is of increasing participation of Indians in every branch of administration and gradual development of institutions with the view to progressively realize the progressive realization of the concept of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire. Though he's still talking about integral part, which is Swaraj within the empire, but still for the first time he's saying participation of Indians, gradual development of institutions. So from now onwards, the demand for nationalists for self-government or home rule would not be termed as sedition, since attainment of self-government for Indians now has become a government policy. Unlike Morley, who had very straightforward said, it's not about self-government to the Indians. So very simply, the concept is that Morley says that Swaraj equals to sedition. Montagu says that no, we will not say that Swaraj equals to sedition because that is our purpose also. And therefore, you have the carrot, the stick, and the carrot. This is part of the larger concept that the First World War Indian support was needed. Yes? Are we clear with regards to this? Then I will go to the Government of India Act 1919. Great. Now the objection which the Indians had against Montagu was what will be the nature, timing of the advance of responsible government, and more than that, something which is good for the British could be bad for Indians. It was just the British government needed India's support in both resources and manpower in the First World War, and that is why they are promising a lot of things to the Indians at this point of time. Simple point is that this is the part of larger state policy which is called carrot stick. We've already seen divide and rule. This is called carrot stick policy, wherein you will try to give them a certain type of lollipop, which will in turn lead to the concept of a stick which is going to follow very, very soon. No, so Jyoti, don't worry. After this point, it will make sense. I understand if it's your first class, I get your point. We've already reached till 1919. So don't worry. The SME, can you just please guide Jyoti what she needs to do? Okay. So very simply, carrot, stick, carrot, Montague Declaration, simple point, is a major breakthrough. Can I go to Government of India Act 1919? Because that is extremely significant, very important for your understanding. Because a lot of things we've picked up from it in our own constitution today. Everybody's ready, comfortable, because today morning somehow a little bit of, I can see, you have to be more proactive. Come on, first hour itself. You have to do a lot of things. Okay. Now, tell me one thing. There are 2-3 things which I will discuss with you and then I'll talk about this. Union list, state list, concurrent list. You understand the concept of this? That in India there is union list, state list, concurrent list? Yes. Schedule 7, very good. What is the exact technical definition of this division? How do you call it? It's Schedule 7, sure. But what is the technical definition? What do you call this in proper political terms? Separation of powers, division of power, spatial distribution, federalism, decentralization. See, you are talking about separation of power. But if I use the term legislative jurisdictional would this word be correct? Legislative jurisdictional division? For anybody who's not done polity, in India, there are certain places where laws can be made, right? Law making is called legislature or legislative responsibility. If I say that union list, state list and concurrent list is legislative jurisdictional division, it means that the union has its own jurisdiction of law, that they can only do law. For example, they can defense, finance, home affairs. These are things on which union can make list. You have strategic, atomic power, something like that. Then there are certain things on which state can do. For example, police, agriculture, education. Rather, education is in concurrent list. You have agriculture. Then you have law and order. This is a separate zone altogether. And concurrent list is the one in which both union and state can do. And who will prevail when it comes to the law? Who will prevail when it comes to the law? If there's a law from union and state, who will prevail? The center will prevail. And if there's something which does not fall, it's under anything, if there's no, it's called residual power. And residual power is also with the center. So when I say legislative jurisdictional division, now you understand what I mean by that? That legislature is something, and legislative power is something, and it is divided. It is divided according to jurisdiction. So for me, all of this doesn't matter. What matters to me is that if I say legislative jurisdiction, then it makes sense to you. Yes or no? Everybody has to consent. Yes? That when I say legislative jurisdiction, it makes sense to you. Perfect. Very good. Now, There's one more one more term which is very common in India. You have Raj Sabha and Lok Sabha. What is this called? This division into two houses? They are part of the parliament, sure. Very good. This is called bicameral. You have unicameral, which means one chamber, and bicameral, which means two chamber. So this is called bicameralism, which is that there are two houses, the upper house and the lower house, the Raj Sabha and the Lok Sabha. And for example, if we go to a state and if it has only a legislative assembly, we call it unicameral. So there is one word, one chamber is unicameral. Bicameral means two chambers. So there are two words which I have discussed with you here: legislative jurisdiction and bicameralism. So if I'm going to use this word with you, bicameral, unicameral, or this legislative jurisdiction, everybody is going to follow me. If you are not knowing these terms, you tell me. Don't have to sit there saying that I don't know it, or don't have to, I will explain it to you. You need to first consent that you understand these two terms. For anybody who's not done polity, you tell me, I'll explain it to you. What do I mean by cameral? Cameral means house, bi means two. So uni means one, two. Legislative jurisdiction is nothing but how there is a division of jurisdiction when it comes to law making in India, wherein there are certain areas on which the state, the union can make laws, or the center can make laws. On certain, the state can make laws. On certain, in both can do that. So are these two terms clear? Everybody, come on. LA means Legislative Assembly, right? Okay. So nobody has no issues in these terms. Great. Why not executive in legislative jurisdiction? Vivek, look at the words itself. Executives execute the law, not make the laws. So how can legislative have executives within it? That's a separate issue altogether. Okay. This class starts at 6. Okay. Now, right. Now, as of 1918, how does the government of India look? Or what is the structure through which India is being governed? Now I'm going into Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. So please pay attention. Call Montagu-Chelmsford because Montagu is the Secretary of State, Chelmsford is the Viceroy, therefore Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. And Morley Minto was Morley Secretary of State, Minto was the what we call as Viceroy. Now, you have Secretary of State plus 15 members together called the India House. Thereafter, they operate in India via the Governor General and Viceroy. He has his two councils, Executive Council and the Legislative Council. He then operates via governors who have under them provincial legislative councils. And the governors as of right now is Bombay, Bengal, you have Madras, you have Northwestern Province, you have Punjab, and you have Awadh. Yes, this is the division. Very good. But when it comes to lawmaking, which is the supreme power here? Which is the most important power here? If law has to be made, which this legislative council or provincial legislative council is important? The legislative council is important. Very simply, the legislative council, the Governor General's legislative council, in a way makes all laws. Provincial legislative council are mostly in name. But this is the basic structure which the government of India used to work through. So Central Legislative Council in that regard has a lot of power. But this structure, Indians can only enter in two zones. One Indian is already there in the Executive Council, and Legislative Council and Provincial Legislative Council, Indians can enter. Now you have literally killed 2,000 people. So you need to do a drama. After Jallianwala Bagh, you need to do a drama, and that is why Government of India Act 1919 was one of the most complicated acts when it came to how it actually divided the structures and how it added a lot of bodies into the Government of India. So I can presume that you understand 1918 structure, which was introduced by the Morley Minto reforms in 1909. So we all agree that this is the basic structure. Yes? Okay. That was introduction of separate electorates there. Very good. Perfect. Now, what does the Government of India Act 1919 do or change? Government of India Act 1919 brings in a whole set of new changes in the already existing structure. So you have Secretary of State plus his 15 members. When was Jallianwala Bagh? 13th April 1919. I will discuss. This is August, September 1919. So we'll discuss that. Don't worry. The first change happens in England. This is called the India House. And the India House has a lot of sweeping powers. It has the power with regards to the affairs in India, revenue, administration, foreign policy, lot of things. This is in London. Now what the Parliament does is, it creates a new body in London which is called the High Commission of India, headed by a person called the High Commissioner. And what happens is that foreign policy and diplomacy is something which is separated and given to this body. So Secretary of State still has all the functions, but foreign policy is taken away from the Secretary of State and given to the High Commission or High Commissioner. That is why you would know that when you will become an IFS officer, you will go to the High Commission of a country. So we have an Indian High Commission. You have an Indian High Commission in London. You have an Indian High Commission in America. That's why the word High Commission of India, this concept of High Commissioner, is coming out of this only. So the first change happens here, wherein there is a new body which is added in London. This is very significant because in a way Secretary of State loses a little bit of power. But the main changes happen in India. Both of them now will advise the Governor General and Viceroy. This remains the same. This remains the same. Yeah, he will simultaneously be in charge of the foreign policy. He's not under it, he's parallel to it. Now, the second change, in a way, happens here, wherein you have the Executive Council. You have the Executive Council. But for the first time in India, now there will be a Legislative Council. Now there will be a Legislative Council and Council of States. 145 seats here, 60 seats here. What do we call this concept when there are two houses of legislature? Very good. So the second change is bicameralism at center. Bicameralism at the center, wherein the Legislative Council and the Council of States, the power has now got divided. The concept of Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha as in a way has emerged. Legislative Council being the Lok Sabha, Council of States being the Raj Sabha. So very simply, it will now create a new body which will be called the Council of States to increase the representation of Indians to be nominated by the people. Previously, it was a unicameral house. It was unicameral. Now it becomes bicameral. So the second major change happens at the imperial level, wherein the Legislative Council will now be sharing power with the Council of States. As standard, what happens? A law will be introduced in Legislative Council, will go to Council of State, then the Viceroy's signature is important to make it into a law. So are the first two changes clear? Because now there will be a change at the governor's level also. No issues? Very good. Now the next change will happen at the provincial level, wherein the governors will get his Executive Council. So the third change is that Executive Council is now added to the governor. So you look at these two slides and you will understand the difference. From this, which is Secretary of State, Governor General, Executive Council, Legislative Council, Governor, Provincial Legislative Council. Now, there are two houses at the London level. The Viceroy has three bodies under him now: Executive Council, Legislative Council, Council of State. And the governor of the provinces also have Legislative Council and now a new addition, which is this Executive Council. I will tell you what is the purpose of it, because hierarchy cannot be introduced without Executive Council being there. But three major changes: new body, High Commission for Foreign Policy Diplomacy; second body, Legislative Council and Council of State for bicameralism at center; and third is going to be the governor and his Executive Council, vis-a-vis a new addition in the structure of Government of India. It is not complex. There's nothing here. You already know all of these bodies previously. Simple point of the matter is there's a new change here, there's a new change here, and there's a new change here. If you understand this structure, then there should be no issue with regards to this, wherein we are just adding high. There is nobody nobody associated with High Commission Indian. Don't look for things which don't exist. High Commission of India is all European. Please first concentrate what I'm telling you, because this is half of the story. This is not even the complex part. The simple point is this is called the structural changes. These are the structural changes which are happening, which is basically the concept of bicameralism, High Commission of India, and Executive Council at the provincial level. This is your provincial level. This is called provincial level, and this is called the center or imperial level. Are we clear with regards to this? I will tell you what is the function. First, understand the structure. Are we clear? Secretary of State, High Commission of India, Governor General, Legislative Council, Council of States, Executive Council, now at the governor level. I want everybody's consent. Then only I complicate it by going to the next major change which happened through this act. I will tell you what is the basic purpose of Executive Council. Very simply, three major structural changes. First, High Commission of India, bicameralism at center, Executive Council. Can I go to the next set? Next set of changes, come on. Okay. Now, the second major change is that for the first time, legislative division of power, or what we call as legislative jurisdiction, is introduced, wherein before 1919 there is no Executive Council. Don't trust your eyes. Have I written Executive Council with the governor? No, right? So very simply, we are not making this up. It's not here. This is the change. Provincial level here, first change. Here, second change. And at the London level, third change. So it's not difficult. It's only after the Government of India Act 1919 that these changes are introduced. Okay. Now, what do I mean by legislative division of power or legislative jurisdiction is introduced? For the first time, lawmaking in India was divided into imperial and provincial. Technically, union and state list, wherein the Governor General, Viceroy and Viceroy, plus Legislative Council, plus Council of States, they can only legislate on imperial subjects. And no, this is like the parliament, center. That the center, the president plus the legislative, the Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, the Viceroy should be seen as the president here. That the Viceroy plus Legislative Council plus Executive Council, rather the Viceroy plus Legislative Council and Council of State, Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha president together will do on subjects related to imperial. On the other hand, don't say reserved and transferred. I'm coming to that. Don't worry. There's still one more step to go. The first division is at the all India level. All India level, there will be a division of the subjects into imperial and provincial. Imperial and provincial. And the game which happens is basically at the provincial level. At the provincial level, all subjects are divided into two: transferred and reserved. On transferred subjects, the governor plus legislative council, provincial legislative council will make laws. On the other hand, on reserved, the governor plus executive council will make laws. Now, this is where the game actually happened with the Indian nationalists. Wherein what they have done is that they have legislatively divided the subjects. But when it came to the provincial level, Indians are where? Are in the provincial legislative council or in the executive council? Are in the provincial legislative council. The executive council as of right now is fully British. It's an all British body. There is no Indian here. There is no Indian here. So if I have a very important subject, for example, revenue collection, I will put it under transferred or I will put it under reserved. I will put it under reserved because a very important subject will not be given to Indians. So you are getting division of power. They are transferring power also. But all useless subjects are transferred to the transferred subject list itself. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an example and I'll come back to this slide again and then we'll see if you understand or not understand. Can I give you that example? I'll give you a very comprehensive example and then we can come back to this slide again. Yes? So if anybody's understood, if you've understood it, very good. If you've not understood, this will reinforce it and let's see what this means actually. Now let's, for example, take the following subjects. When I mean subjects, these are subjects on which laws can be made. Now here you have, for example, home affairs, defense, finance, you have foreign policy, agriculture, revenue of states, health, education, then irrigation. Let's, for example, take law and order and police. Now, how does the Government of India Act 1919 work? The Government of India Act 1919 is going to first do something which is called, it will take home, defense, finance, foreign affairs and designate it as imperial subjects. And on the other hand, it will designate agriculture, revenue, legislature, and law and order and police as provincial subjects. This much makes sense? Does this much make sense? That first is called major division. Major division. So, who can then make laws on imperial subjects? The governor, the viceroy, plus his legislative council, plus his council of state will make all the laws related to imperial subjects. You're following till this point? Yes or no? Yes? Now, at the provincial level, what they do is they introduce what is called hierarchy. This is called hierarchy. Under hierarchy, what happens is that, and this is the game, real game, revenue, law and order, and police together will be designated as reserved subjects, and agriculture, health, education, irrigation, they will be called transferred. And what is happening is that in transferred, the governor of the province will take a call along with his legislative council, where Indians are represented. On the other hand, here it is going to be governor plus his executive council when there are no Indians. Now, are you understanding the game which has happened with the nationalists? This is literal, what we call as a major eyewash, because they have given all useless subjects to the transferred subjects, or they've given all useless subjects to the legislative council. Now, when I say this, that there is a division of power based on imperial and subject, and this is what is called as hierarchy. Now, when I say what is hierarchy, are you understanding what hierarchy actually means? Hierarchy means the concept of transferred and reserved subjects, and how it is all a drama. If all of this makes sense, I can make a one slide itself, a whole flowchart which brings all of this together. Can I do that? Yes, at imperial level, there is representation of Indians, but it's more about what they're doing at the provincial level. At the provincial level, they actually are going against the concept of separation of power also, because they are giving an executive councillor the power to legislate. That is the irony here. In order to undercut the whole process itself, they are giving executive councillors legislative powers also. Simple point is, never trust a Britisher. Yes, the hierarchy only existed at the provincial level. There is no hierarchy here. No hierarchy here. No hierarchy at all. It is very simply, hierarchy is the concept of dual division of legislative subjects into reserved and transferred. For namesake, they have given all these subjects which don't matter to the Indians. Can I bring both these things together, which is the structural changes and the legislative changes? And then we can end this topic. Yes? Okay. So what is the Government of India Act 1919, which actually what it did? What it did was, it had Secretary of State plus 15 members. Then you have the concept of High Commissioner of India. Then they rule through the Viceroy. They rule through the Governor General and Viceroy. He has his own concept, Executive Council, and 2, Legislative Council and Council of States. And thereafter you also have governors with their provincial legislative council and executive council. However, there is one more thing which happens, is that together they are one legislative unit, which is imperial subjects, and it is here that hierarchy will be applied. And hierarchy will be applied in such a way that governor plus provincial legislative council and governor plus executive council are two different. This is reserved subjects, this is transferred subjects. Now, does it make sense? Right? So there are four changes which you can see here. 1, 2, 3, and the concept of 4A and 4B, or the constituted hierarchy. By this time, Indians are indirectly, all are still, there's no proper elections, but indirect elections are happening. Are we clear with regards to, see, because when you will read it out of the PPT or read it out of a book, it will make no sense. Nothing at all. Written in a very confusing way. Can I now add the 2-3 more provisions and then we can go on for Rowlatt Act itself? The concept of hierarchy is nothing but the legislative division of provincial subjects into reserved and transferred. That's it. In provinces, there are two different, there are one governor is there, but he has two jurisdictions, transferred also and reserved also. Right? Okay. I'll write this down. See, High Commissioner will be obviously be a Britisher only. Provisions. See, nobody is asking you the definition. Definition is given in the PPT also. First, understand it. Because if you want definitions, I can give you definitions. But if you understand it, you will never forget it. That is the basic point here. So, is universal franchise available? No. 1. High Commissioner's office is created in London. Second, bicameralism at center is introduced. Third, you have executive council added to the office of governor of provinces. Fourth, legislative jurisdiction is divided into imperial and provincial. Residual power will be with the viceroy. Fifth, provincial level hierarchy is introduced. Wherein provincial subjects divided into reserved and transferred. 7th. Thereafter, did I say that the High Commissioner is replacing the Secretary of State? Did I say that, Mandeep? So then why are you presuming? When I'm making the High Commissioner parallel to the Secretary of State, then don't overthink. Thereafter, there is some more smaller changes which happen, just to add it to it. Separate electorates is extended to include Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, Christians, and Europeans. Now, before I go to the slide which has everything again, I'm again repeating myself. This was, now please pay attention. Anglo-Indian means father is English, mother is Indian. So you have this structure in 1918. Secretary of State, Governor and General Viceroy, Executive Council, Legislative Council, Governor, Provincial Legislative Council. Thereafter, the system becomes complex. There are three offices added at all three levels. High Commissioner office is added in London. Bicameralism is created in the imperial level. Provincial level, the governor gets his own executive council. Now, do you get it why he needed a new executive councillor? Do you now get the purpose of adding an executive council to the governor? Yes? Okay. If you understand the structural changes, then the next major change was legislative division of power, wherein legislative jurisdiction is introduced. Lawmaking in India was went to two subjects, imperial, where there was no hierarchy, and the Governor General and Viceroy plus Legislative Council, Council of State together make the laws. On the other hand, provincial legislature is divided into hierarchy, wherein there are two types of subjects, transferred and reserved. Transferred are always done with Governor General and Provincial Legislative Council, where Indians are, and you have Governor General Executive Council who takes the major subjects in reserved. So the concept was to technically give legislative powers to Indians, however, at the same point of time, give them the useless provisions. So this is the basic structure which is created, and we can summarize it into the 7 points. If this makes sense, I want to do it from the PPT, and then I want to move to the national movement. Constitutional history, we have reached one of the second, this is the second last one. After this, there's only Government of India Act 1935. So let me read it out to you. You have Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, which is Government of India Act 1919. The 1909 people were not satisfied, obviously. Now, self-government was something which they wanted to offer. More than that, it was a carrot which they had to give after a major incident in the form of Jallianwala Bagh. Increased participation is something which they wanted generally. Home ruling movement was also creating pressure. Gandhi was also there in India. And the Sikh community, looking at the Muslim community, now started to say, we also want separate electorates. So therefore, based on all of these pressures, first provision is demarcating and separating central and provincial subjects, in which central and provincial legislators were authorized to make laws on their respective list of subjects. However, the structure of government continued to be more or less centralized or unitary. Basically, it's still centralized only. All power still resides in the viceroy. All of this is a drama. Further, bicameralism will be introduced at the center. The Indian legislature will be divided into two houses, upper house, Council of State, lower house, Legislative Assembly. Majority of the members will be now elected via direct elections. So therefore, now the concept of direct elections is going to come through. So both the houses, be it the Legislative Council or the Council of States, the concept of election is coming through. There are 145 members in the Legislative Assembly, 60 members in the Council of State. One of you asked me, what was the principle of election? It was indirect, but now they are progressively introducing direct in that regard. Thereafter, separate electorates were given to Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, Indians, Indian Christians, and Europeans. Further, legislators could ask questions, supplementary questions, pass adjournment motions, and vote on part of the budget. But 75% of the budget was still not votable. Only 25% they could actually do what is called vote on account. But what is the most important concept which this act introduced is called hierarchy. Only provincial legislature introduced. There were two classes of administrators, the executive councillor and a minister. He is technically related to the legislative council and he is related to the executive council. And therefore, the concept of reserved and transferred. Under reserved and transferred, reserved subjects are on which the governor will do it with exclusively with the executive council without being responsible to the legislative council. Finance, law and order, land, revenue, irrigation, all these things were given to reserved subjects. Transfer subjects, on the other hand, you have administered by the governor along with his ministers responsible to the legislative council. Health, education, industry, local self-government comes into this. Governor has all veto powers and can issue ordinances. Same way, Viceroy has all veto powers and can issue ordinances. He can all previously do that generally. Thereafter, there are other smaller changes. Women were also given the right to vote with the concept of direct election coming through. Indian legislature was made more responsible and representative in that regard. It required that 3 out of the 6 members of Viceroy Executive Council should be Indian. So now the official, non-official, the parity is being brought in. A new office called the High Commissioner of India is added in London, and certain functions are transferred from the Secretary of State to him. And this is the basic gist of what we've done till this point. Further, the Central Public Service Commission will be created. UPSC precursor is created under the provision. By 1926, it will be now recruiting all the ICS officers. There will be separate budget, provincial budget and central budget. And as you see, they can now 25% discuss it also. And the most important provision is that in 1919, they said, after 10 years, we will see the working of this system and we will see if it is working well or not. This should have been the Simon Commission, which should have come in 1929. But the Simon Commission came 2 years early in 1927. The Simon Commission, basically, the provision under which it comes is already here. That a statutory commission will come and check if the Government of India Act 1919 is working in the right way or not. So, after looking at these smaller provisions, are we clear with regards to the basic structure of Government of India, the concept of legislative division, the concept of how women have been given certain right to vote, the concept of separate electorates, the concept of direct elections to some level? Are we clear with regards to this? Yes? Can I close this topic now? Because we've put in close to 1.5 hours. So if you look at it, we started in 1773, we did 1784, thereafter 1793, 1813, 1833, 1853. These were all the British ones. We've now done 1858, we've done 1861, 1892, done 1909, separate electorates, now 1919. Last is going to be 1935. 1935 is most probably next Monday. That is again extremely complex, but I'll again try to make it as easy as possible. Simple point of the matter is we have reached in our constitutional history to Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. If somebody says diarchy, it should not be a problem for you. If somebody says the concept of bicameralism, it should not be a problem for you. Generally, you understand the structure of Government of India as of 1919. Yes? Great. Perfect. Okay. Now, what type of question can come? See, simple point of the matter is there is a one way of question, which is you can get statement-based questions in which they can ask you the provisions. That is, I've given you the provisions in written form also. Second could be that it can ask you very simply how the way diarchy just is an eyewash. I can give you that question if you want. Very simply, you can see this type of question can come. The government of India Act 1919. Till now, we've not seen a question from Montague Chelmsford. Though we have seen one question in 2022, which is based on the application of it. We'll do that question tomorrow. They've asked which of the following was reserved and transferred subject. The Government of India Act 1919 was an illusion created by the British with the introduction of diarchy. Do you agree? 150 words. Can you write this question? That how is it an illusion? Because of diarchy. Yes? You have to be more vocal. Yes or no? Can I take a break now? Can we come back and start our national movement? Yes, ICS were recruited previously by the Court of Directors. Open competition was happening, but now there's a Central Public Service Commission with regards to that. Done. So clear. Great. So we'll come back at 7:33. When we come back at 7:33, we will start Rowlatt Satyagrah. 7:33. 34 I'll take. 7:35. When we come back, we take the story forward. Okay. Welcome back. In the conclusion, you just say that it was just a part of the larger 1919 period and how it was to pacify the Indians after Rowlatt. I'll discuss that with you. Introduction, conclusion, you will be able to write once you've done this section, which is Rowlatt Satyagraha. Because the introduction is Montagu's declaration and the conclusion is how it was to just to pacify Indians. We'll discuss that point, separate issue altogether. Shavni, refresh. Okay. Can we start Rowlatt? Are we clear with regards to all Government of India Acts till this point? Constitutional history is totally clear in your mind. Okay. As it is, we'll do previous year questions tomorrow. Every Friday we'll do these and you will automatically realize what type of questions are coming. But too much conceptual questions are not there. So don't have to worry with regards to that. Okay. As I said, the introduction of that question will be the Montagu's declaration. Once you're done with this topic, you will be able to write it. Don't worry. First, let me cover the background. I told you I skipped from straight away August declaration to straight away the act itself. Now I'm filling in the gaps. You will automatically start to realize what you can write as introduction and conclusion. Can I begin? Can we start our discussion? Yes, great. Okay, so we know that in 1915, in the highest point of the First World War, there's an act called the Defense of India Act, which was introduced. The Defense of India Act basically is an emergency provision. It's an emergency provisions act which gives a lot of power to the Viceroy. And the Viceroy at this point of time under Defense of India Act gets a lot of power with vis-a-vis how he can execute his power. So the concept of preventive detention is extended. You can be jailed, extended. You can be arrested just on basic suspicion. So you don't need evidence against you. See, people argue that Rowlatt Act came from somewhere. But it is actually the Defense of India Act 1915, which is the father of that act, wherein it was these provisions which the Government of India wanted to extend further indefinitely. But the logic at this point of time was that because the World War I is on, we need to protect the empire, and if we need to protect the empire, we will use it as a way of in a way finding these revolutionaries who are trying to disrupt the empire itself. That is why Defense of India Act was very extensively used against the Gadar movement, and even the Anushilan was destroyed very categorically because of Defense of India Act. So they were taken into detention without any evidence. Arrests happened based on suspicion. The concept of habeas corpus goes out of the picture, which is that the courts cannot ask you to produce the person itself. The police got sweeping powers in that regard. So anything and everything was acceptable at this point of time in the name of Defense of India. So you can see that the irony is that it is called Defense of India Act, but it was rather protecting the British. So very simply, see, INC can say whatever they want to say, but the Government of India doesn't care. The British introduced this act in Britain. It was a parliamentary act which came through, and it very categorically said protect India. So what I'm trying to argue here is that the Rowlatt Act was not something which was brought in or introduced in 1919 for the first time. It is in 1915 itself that the act in its original form was already introduced. So please understand this point very, very clearly, that the Defense of India regulations of 1915 are actually the prelude to the Rowlatt Act itself. Because this Defense of India regulations was an emergency criminal law enacted by the Governor General in 1915 with the intention of curtailing nationalist and revolutionary activities. It was similar to the Defense of Realms Act, which was introduced in the British Parliament, which granted executives very wide powers of preventive detention, internment, which is to again detain without trial, restriction of writing, speech, and movement. And in the first Lahore conspiracy case or trial, which is against the Ghadar party, it was used very extensively, and even the Anushilan Samiti was destroyed by this act. Realms means the British realm or empire. Realm is another word for empire. The simple point of the matter is that there's a bigger act called the Defense of Realms Act. Within that, there was Defense of India regulations. Simple point is, this is the act which is the mother of Rowlatt Act or father of Rowlatt Act. Please understand this point, because you need to know that they were already using these powers previously. Are we clear with regards to this very simple point that 1915 Act becomes the prelude of 1919, what is going to happen vis-a-vis Rowlatt itself? Yes. Okay. Ilma, the Alipur conspiracy case is happening. It's to destroy the Anushilan wherever it is and wherever it was. So, the First World War, because the British was fighting the Germans, the Ottomans, the Germans and the Ottomans and the Austrians were a threat. Specifically, the Ottomans were a threat on the British Empire. And with the British Empire under threat, specifically India, Defense of India Act was introduced. And between 1915 and 1918, this act will be used to make sure that India does not become a problem for the British Empire and the British can concentrate on defeating the Germans. Now, in 1918, the British have won the war, and there's a question in front of the Britishers. What should we do with the Defense of India Act? What should we do with the Defense of India Act? And what they do is that they appoint a commission or committee, which is called Sedition Committee. And that committee is headed by a person called Sidney Rowlatt. He was the one who headed this committee. And the question in front of Rowlatt was that should we extend the 1915 Act or should we not? Do we need the Defense of India Act? Do we need the 1915 Act itself? So very simply, is it needed in 1918 was the question. And Sir Sidney Rowlatt came to the conclusion, yes. Defense of India Act should be and can be extended. And that is why this act is called Rowlatt Act, because it is based on the recommendations of the Sedition Committee or the recommendation of Rowlatt. That is why it's called the Rowlatt Act. Are we clear with regards to the nomenclature? Why do we call it Rowlatt? Now clear? Very good. So after giving us the lollipop, called the August Declaration, just 6 months before the Montfort. So Montfort basically means Montague Chelmsford reforms. So they've taken Mont from that and Ford from there. That's why it's called Montfort. Before the introduction of the Montfort reforms itself, there will be an act which will be introduced in the Imperial Legislative Council. And that act, the real name of Rowlatt Act is called Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act of 1919. This is nothing but Rowlatt Act in its real true name. And this was based on the Sedition Committee of 1918, under which Sidney Rowlatt had taken a decision that yes, we can extend the Defense of India regulations. So it was about extending the emergency provisions which were already in place since 1915 under First World War. Under First World War. August, don't say August offer. August Declaration is in 1917. This is happening in 1919. So obviously August Declaration is first. But it should be repealed. They should not continue the act. Very good. Sense of justice. Indian sense of justice. But you think, is it in the interest of the British to extend it? Yes or no? You tell me. As of 1919, is it in the interest of the British to do it or not? Obviously, it is in the interest. If the British get something wherein they can actually stifle nationalism and destroy revolutionaries, why will they not use it? Sir Sidney Rowlatt is a man, not a woman. Yes, it's an innocent question that way. Is that why would the British want to extend? Because that is what the British want to do. Now, as soon as this act will be passed in the Imperial Legislative Council, the Indian members who were elected at this point of time, Jinnah, Madan Mohan Malviya, Mazul Haq, all will resign in the protest that how can you pass an act like that? But what makes Rowlatt is actually the provisions of the Rowlatt Act. Can we look at the provisions and then assess for ourselves why are people so angry and why Gandhi will choose it as a major mass movement? So before I go into the provisions, we've discussed the Government of India Act 1919. We've discussed the concept of August Declaration. We're now discussing how it was related to the Defense of India Act and what is the concept of Sedition Committee. Are we clear with regards to these 4 points? If we are, then we go into the provisions and then I take you to Rowlatt Satyagraha. Are we clear? Yes? Great. Now, let's look at the provisions. The first provision of Rowlatt Act is that any Indian could be arrested on the charge of sedition, even based on suspicion grounds, without any trial up to 2 years. So basically, the police could come, pick you up, take you to the jail, and they have to answer nobody just because they had a suspicion about anything related to treason or sedition. So very simply, just based on suspicion, any Indian can be arrested and jailed up to 2 years without any trial. Without any trial. There is no trial for this. You can just pick it up. I was saying to a vendor that I hate the British. So the police come, pick me up and take me to jail for 2 years because just on the street, on the chalk, I was saying that I hate the British. That ways, every Indian could get arrested based on this concept that we hate the British, and for them, sedition could be anything. Further, there was no habeas corpus. Show us the body. The concept that the court could say that bring me that person to the court. I will check if his or her detainment is legal. That is not allowed. So you don't even need to be tried against in front of a jury. You don't need to be tried in front of anybody. You can be imprisoned just on police suspicion. So there is no judge you need to go. If you have to go to a judge, there's a provision for a special court which could be established of 3 high court judges. And as it is, the most dangerous thing is that there is no court of appeal. Once you are sentenced to what we call as arrest or trial or death, anything, by this special court, you cannot move to any other court. There is no appeal with regards to the concept of Rowlatt Act. Further, the evidences which were not permissible under Indian Evidences Act are now also permissible. For example, mostly the testimony of the same person is not accepted under Indian Evidence Act. However, they say if the person agrees that he's done it, he's done it. Any evidence which was previously not allowed is also allowed under Indian Evidence Act. And this is a new concept wherein anything and everything is allowed. Further, you don't even need a warrant to arrest that person. Police got sweeping powers, and the slogan against this act was no appeal, no dalil, no vakil, wherein you cannot appeal, you cannot argue, and you don't have the right to a lawyer also. So Rowlatt in a way is so dangerous. So dalil means argument. This Rowlatt is so dangerous that anybody can be picked up, and you don't need any evidence, any proof, or any reason other than suspicion to arrest that person. When you are arrested, you can be put into jail for 2 years without trial itself. And if you're tried, you can be tried to a special judge of 3. And therefore, if they say you don't have any appeal also. So one random day, if I say something in the public and thereafter I can be prosecuted for it by the British any day. So the concept is very simple. It is one of the most dangerous acts that way. Rowlatt can be used against anybody, everybody that way. So are we clear that the British introduced this act very categorically to stifle Indian independence, Indian nationalism, and it's just the concept of being a hypocrite. The same British which argues rule of law, they have introduced an act which makes no sense itself, and this was justified maybe in the First World War period, not justified at this point of time. Are we clear? Why is Rowlatt considered problematic? Generally, yes. So you have arrest without suspicion, 2 years without trial, no habeas corpus, no appeal. Suspicion is enough. Evidence is not permissible. Previously are permissible. Police has the power to do anything now. Are we clear? You don't have to learn the Realms Act. And that is the basic way of saying that. There was the Realms Act, there was Defence of India Act, and then the subset of that is Rowlatt Act. Rowlatt Act is just nothing but extending the Defence of India Act indefinitely. Okay. Now Rowlatt Act has been passed. How is it problematic for Indian nationalism? You tell me. How is it problematic for Indian nationalism? If you can be arrested without trial, without anything, without on mere suspicion, it's going to encourage Indian nationalism. Yes, it's going to encourage Indian nationalism. If I'm a nationalist who hates the British, this act is very friendly to me. You're saying yes. No. Jyoti, tell me one thing. If I hate the British and I always say that I am going to kill the viceroy. I am going to kill the viceroy. Will you actually kill the viceroy? No. So can you be picked up on mere suspicion? Please understand this 2023 Indian citizen, remove from yourself. There is no way this act is going to help nationalism. Obviously. More than that, it is to stifle nationalism. So very simply, Rowlatt Act was introduced not just to destroy nationalism, but was to generally, in a sense, suffocate nationalism. So please understand this point. Innocence need to remove. This basic innocence which you have, that how does it? If you're asking me how does it destroy nationalism, then you don't understand how police power works. Then you don't understand how this is the British bedrock of destroying nationalism. So you will do protest against the British. What will the British do? Arrest everybody under Rowlatt Act. This protest, fundamental rights, remove from yourself. This is all 2023 democracy put into you. There is no democracy. There is no rule of law. This is British India. So if you are seeing this as this concept of, I will protest against this act, you will be picked up under this act only. Rowlatt, do you understand that I can randomly, can the government of India today just barge into your house? You were sitting with your friend, and you randomly started to say that I don't like the government of India. So can in the night the government of India enter your house, pick you up, take you to no trial, put you into jail, not even produce you in front of a magistrate, and then jail you for 2 years for that? Preventive detention today is much different. This is not preventive detention. It is arrest. So please understand this point. Your democratic notions will not work here because there is no democracy. Can I now talk about Gandhi's response? They can shoot. Why not? They will kill you. British doesn't care. What will you do? The British don't care. Now, Rowlatt Act in its principle is a draconian law, is a law which takes a lot out of the basic rule of law. And now Gandhi had been sitting for a year. After succeeding in Ahmedabad, Gandhi was waiting for the right opportunity. Gandhi was waiting for the right opportunity for something which would impact everybody. Now, because Rowlatt Act, the provisions are in such a way that it impacts anybody, everybody in British India, Gandhi called it a Black Act and now wanted to actually introduce sweeping, what we call as nationalistic feeling, so that he can launch himself into the nationalist front. Basically, Champaran, Kheda, Ahmedabad worked, but the problem was that they were localized issues. Till this point, there was no issue which Gandhi could take up and get an all-India response. And the Rowlatt Act's introduction in 1919 itself was very significant in April because, very simply, now Gandhi can use the Rowlatt Act to bring everybody together. And that is what Gandhi does. Gandhi's launch to the nationalist front, to the national all India level, is basically based on the Rowlatt Satyagraha or the Rowlatt Act itself. As soon as the Rowlatt Act will be passed, Gandhi will use this act to thereafter push for the concept of an all India level movement. And that response is called the Rowlatt Satyagraha. I am again repeating myself. In 1915, there was an act called Defense of India Act. It had all the provisions of Rowlatt built into it, but it was not that harsh. However, in 1918, the British gave Sidney Rowlatt a question that should we extend the 1915 Act itself. He says yes, and therefore the Rowlatt Act is passed. The Rowlatt Act itself thereafter is based on preventive detention, arrest without trial for 2 years, no appeal, no form of argument, no lawyers, and you can be put in front of a special judge who can then put you into jail for n number of period without any appeal generally. No evidences previously allowed are allowed. It's a draconian law. And now Gandhi will choose it as a important moment to launch the Rowlatt Satyagraha. Are we clear? Because now I will then go into Rowlatt Satyagraha, Jallianwala Bagh. Okay. Now, Gandhi had a lot of plans. He will say that the Rowlatt Act is a black act. He argued that the way the government of India is acting is not correct. More than that, there was a very important point which Gandhi made, which showed his problematic relationship with extremists. He said that because certain people are doing certain things, not everybody should be punished. So he was technically arguing about the Gadar movement and the revolutionaries. So what he will form in response to the Rowlatt Act is called the Satyagraha Sabha, Sarva Dharma Prathana Sabha. So very simply, he is now again giving it a religious understanding so that the British could not use it as a ground. He says that all Sarv Dharma, all religions are now going to pray for Satyagraha. Again, he was not going to do that, but you can see how he's again masking his nationalism. He knew that if he actually went in and said that it is an anti-Rowlatt Act committee, then the British could see that there's a very staunch, what we call as resistance, which is coming through. So he rather calls it Sarv Dharma Prathana Sabha. And what he does is that he actually asks the younger members of the Home Rule League. Now, Home Rule League movement will be destroyed in the same way. That Gandhi will say to the Home Rule League movement members that I am going to now create a certain program. Let us follow that program and we will get this Rowlatt Act repealed. And the program was that on 6th April 1919, we'll go for a nationwide hartal or strike, which will be also followed by fasting, prayer, and smaller laws will be what we call as disobeyed, and we will also court arrest and go to the jail in the name of protesting against the Rowlatt Act. Now, Gandhi's plan seemed very nice. But there's a lot of problem. See, the 6th April hartal of 1919, that is going to be a resounding success. Wherein Gandhi himself will fast as a form of self-purification and say that it is a very dark moment in Indian history, that Rowlatt Act has been passed. It is all to basically create pressure on the British. People will fast, people will pray, people will protest in their own ways. Obviously, the British did not care at this point of time, but the problem was that people were not ready to go for this Satyagraha method. So even before 6th April, 4th, 5th April, there was clashes between the British and the Indians. On 6th April also, there were certain places where there was violence which was happening. And Gandhi could see that the people have not fully understood Satyagraha in the larger perspective of what it should be understood. It was about symbolic protest. It was about for the concept of civil disobedience of smaller laws. It was not about clashing with the police. So Rowlatt Act is considered, please understand this, Rowlatt Act is considered a turning point in Indian history because Rowlatt Act actually launched Gandhi to the National Front. And why Rowlatt Satyagraha and this Hartal is so significant, or this strike is so significant? Because peasants, workers, women, students, all came together to protest against it. We had never seen such a response. Indian nationalism had truly become what is called mass nationalism. But as I said, still there is a little bit of learning curve or some learning which the Indians need to do. But it's an all India level movement. And it is that way very successful. So 6th April is a very significant day. 6th April 1919 is a very significant day because it launched Gandhi to the National Front. For the first time, the British saw in all presidencies everywhere certain type of responses, and the violence was increasing in a way. So Gandhi was equally happy, but was also equally concerned because violence was happening. So do we understand the basic concept that the Hartal itself was very, very successful, but there will be certain concerns which Gandhi will embody vis-a-vis the rising violence. Violence means violence, tod-phod, chaos. So now we need to shift our focus a little bit away towards Amritsar. Can I go to Punjab now? Because now I'm building up to Jallianwala Bagh. Right? Very good. So, as I said, the concept of nationwide Hartal, the masses were directed. So, what was the radical change at this point of time? That very simply, the masses had found a direction. They could act by giving verbal expression to their grievances. The peasants, urban poor, and artisans and workers all increasingly became the part of the struggle. And for the why Gandhi is that he changed the orientation of the Indian national movement towards the masses. And therefore, Gandhi said that the salvation would only come when masses were awakened, and he had done that generally. So the simple point of the matter is that the first day of this all India strike, 6th April, was extremely good. Extremely good. If somebody saw what was happening at that point of time, it did not look like India which was there in 1820s or 30s. Everybody was on the street, very successful. Gandhi had shown his power to the British now, that what he could actually do. This is the point where Rowlatt Satyagraha's story is very rosy, is very, very positive. Now, here on out, I want to go into the way it is going to get withdrawn by 18th April. Can we do that? Yes? Very good. Now, our focus shifts towards Punjab. Now, see, Punjab as a province had a very love-hate relationship with the British. And during the First World War, lot of Punjabis, meaning half to 60% of all recruitment in the British Army, yes, the Hartal is the core of the Rowlatt Satyagraha. Half to 60% of all recruitment in the British Army was from Punjab itself. So Punjab contributed into the First World War very significantly. Generations were lost also in this war. In the First World War, the casualty was close to 3 crore people. And in those 3 crore, there were significant Indian casualties also. So the Punjab province in that regard had contributed immensely to the British war effort. And what Punjab expected was that after the war, they would get some concessions. You helped the British so much, so you would accept something good, that we will be rewarded for our valor, for our bravery. But what did the British give them? They gave them Rowlatt Act. Now imagine the feeling in that area. You were promised an iPhone and you are given a Micromax ka phone. Imagine. I'm trying to instill that feeling. You are told by your mother that you will get matar paneer. And when you sit on the table, you see Karela. This is the level of betrayal which the Punjabis have at this point of time. That we contributed month after year after month by sending our men to the war. However, when it came to getting something back, they gave them the Rowlatt Satyagraha. They gave them the Rowlatt Satyagraha, Rowlatt Act itself. So the Punjabis had a very strong feeling of betrayal. That how can you do this to us? Our generations, thousands, lakhs of young men died for you. And now that the war is over, you are extending the axe to take or go after us itself. I am trying to instill this anger in you, because then only you will understand what will happen on 10th April. In India, everywhere violence was happening. It's not that violence was just happening in Punjab. No. Violence was happening everywhere. But Punjab had a certain expectation from the British. And what is going to happen is that the lieutenant governor, under him lieutenant governor, was a person called Michael O'Dwyer. Remember, his name is not Dyer, but O'Dwyer. Dyer is a military general. He is a governor. So the lieutenant governor of Punjab, Michael O'Dwyer, he is considered as it is very, very brutal. He used to ask the Air Force to shoot on the people so as to disperse them. That was the level of apathy. That was the level of indifference which O'Dwyer had towards Indians and generally Punjab. So Punjab has this feeling which you and me can never understand, but we can emulate, that they had contributed immensely to the First World War, but they did not get anything out of it. So on 9th April, two very important members of the INC and the Punjab leadership, Saifuddin Kichlev, Dr. Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyapal, when they were giving a speech vis-a-vis how British rule should end, they will be arrested under Rowlatt Act provisions near Amritsar, and they will be taken to unknown locations. They'll be taken to unknown locations. Now the people will lose it. And now the tension starts to rise in Punjab, that first you did not give us a concession, then you have taken two very important leaders of the people to unknown locations, and the same act which was passed has been used to take them to unknown locations and generally arrest them and detain them. So what happens is that on 10th April, everybody is following me till this point, no issues? No issues till this point. Come on. On 10th April, Amritsar, there will be unprecedented level of violence which will happen. Yes, they are INC members. There will be unprecedented level of violence. Unprecedented in the sense that the police and the people will clash. All the anger of the First World War is going to come out. European banks will be burnt. The European banks, the furniture will be taken out and made into a bonfire. 6 bank officials, Britishers, were thrown into the fire itself. Wherever a Britisher could be seen, he was beaten up. Close to 9 to 10 Europeans were dead. And there was a nun of the missionary, her name Marcella Sherwood. Marcella Sherwood, she was going on her cycle from the nunnery to the church. She will be picked up by the protesters, literally beaten up and left in front of the church. So the level of violence which was done on 10th April was unprecedented and never known in Indian history. 1857 was something, but here the frustration came out. And as soon as 10th April happens, now O'Dwyer, she's a woman, yes. O'Dwyer is now going to lose his mind. So please understand one thing, that what is going to happen on 13th April is not random. 13th April, Jallianwala Bagh was a revenge for what happened on 10th April. Please remember this point very, very clearly and keep it close to your heart, because that is going to explain a lot of what is going to happen on 13th. 10th April, literal violence which Gandhi will condemn, but nobody cares. The simple point of the matter is Amritsar was burning, and it will burn at a level that no one really understood or had even predicted. So do we understand the reasons for Amritsar violence on 10th April? And very simply, the concept of the anger of the Punjabis coming out that day. We do? Very good. Now what O'Dwyer does? Now listen to me. What I'm telling you right now is not written in books, is not given in any book randomly. It's my own research after going through what is called the Hunter Commission. Hunter Commission is the report which was published after the Jallianwala Bagh and tells you what happened during this period. Now, a very significant thing happens on 11th April. And 11th April, O'Dwyer calls the general, technically a brigadier in that regard, Dyer. O'Dwyer is the lieutenant governor. Now, General Dyer is going to be called to Amritsar. And in official terms, it is called martial law will be proclaimed. Martial, you would have heard this concept. Martial law will be proclaimed. What is martial law? When the civil administration is taken over by military administration, it means that it is martial law. Very simply, an IAS officer, when he is replaced by a captain or a general, it means that martial law has been proclaimed. However, this is the major myth about biggest myth about Jallianwala Bagh. Martial law was actually not proclaimed on 12th or 11th. According to British procedural proceedings, or what is called British procedure, martial law should only be given or should only be proclaimed in writing. That you write it down, that, and even today the magistrate will say that as of right now I recuse my power and give it to the military general. Martial law has been proclaimed. But ironically, from 11th to 13th April, there was no martial law. But the British would claim that there was martial law. Martial law means when the military capture power from the civil administration. You have the district magistrate, police, all are gone, and you now have military rule in that regard. Now, in a way, military rule can justify a lot of actions. But what Dyer did, therefore, on 13th April was not legal. So now Dyer's main thing, what is defined martial law? Martial law is when military takes over civil administration. Civil administration means magistrate, district magistrate, IAS officers are gone and military officials are there. Are we clear with regards to what is martial law? Yes? Okay. No, that Myanmar is a military coup that is capturing power with the government. This is done at district level. So today, if there's a lot of disturbance in an area, martial law can be proclaimed till today, wherein the government, the British civil administration is removed and the military comes and rules and basically brings everything into picture. So don't give me countries as example, because that is military rule vis-a-vis military coup. That's a separate issue altogether. Munna, nobody is going to ask you this story. So you don't have to write anything in the examination. Understand what you have to understand first. So there is a transfer of power from the civil administration to the military action or military administration itself. But it was all verbal. It was all verbal. Verbal communication was there. And under Indian procedure, under Indian administration, verbal is not allowed. So for 2 days, the British would argue that there was martial law, but there was no proclamation of martial law. Now, very simply, Dyer, when he is in Amritsar, his only task is to take revenge from the Indians for 10th April. So Dyer is going to wait very patiently for 13th April because 13th April was Baisakhi. So again repeating myself, 9th April Saifuddin Kichlev and Satyapal are arrested. 10th April a lot of violence is going to happen. 10th April that will happen. 11th April so-called martial law will be proclaimed under Dyer, and now Dyer is waiting for an opportunity. Are we clear to this point? Okay. Now, on 13th April, you have the Golden Temple. Now, next to Baisakhi is a festival. The Golden Temple is here. Next to the Golden Temple, 4-5 blocks, if you go forward, there's a Bagh. And that Bagh is called Jallianwala Bagh. Now, the problem of Jallianwala Bagh is that it's a very congested park in the sense there's only one direction in which there is entry and exit. So you can enter only from one side. You can't run anywhere else. And there is a well in the corner of that Bagh. Now, Baisakhi is a very important, what we call as festival for the Sikhs. And on Baisakhi, what happens is, Bagh means garden. So, the people will first go to the Golden Temple. They will very simply give their prayers, and if it's a picnic spot, a lot of families will come and lie down in the Jallianwala Bagh. Very simply, the crowd, which is estimated to be between 5 to 10,000, no specific data, was all non-political crowd. These were people who actually had no idea what had happened on 10th April. They were there just to rest as a form of congregation, having their lunch. So it's a festive moment. It's a festive moment, and they're celebrating their festival in Jallianwala Bagh. Now, at the corner of the Jallianwala Bagh, there was a small meeting which was happening of the Punjab Congress over what should be the course of action now that Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyapal are gone. So 99% of the crowd in this Bagh was actually non-political crowd, had nothing to do with politics. Now, Dyer gets to know about this. Dyer gets to know about this concept. So, under martial law, there's a rule that not more than 4 to 5 people can congregate. Cannot congregate, which is technically called curfew. If you would have heard it about quite a lot nowadays, it's called curfew. Under martial law, there is curfew that 4 to 5 people, not more than that, can congregate together. Now, there are close to 5 to 10,000 people in this Bagh. And now, Dyer gets to know that there is a congregation which has happened at Jallianwala Bagh. So, he has his opportunity. First thing which he does is that he is going to come in his trucks. And he will lock one of the gates of the Bagh. He will lock this gate. The exit point he will lock. Now, according to him, in his mind, he had pasted a small chit on the gate of Jallianwala Bagh on 12th that nobody can congregate here because 144 section has been put in, which is the concept of curfew. But you tell me that if there's a small chit on the gate, will anybody actually give attention to it? And as it is, if you put it in English, who will understand? So the people had no idea that curfew was in place. People had no idea that martial law was in place. And there was no announcement also. Now this sadistic man, the first thing he will do is that firstly, he will not announce anything. He will not say that please disperse, it is curfew, please disperse, it is martial law. No. He will very silently first ask his regiment to take 2 heavy machine guns. And he said that take these heavy machine guns into the Bagh. Unfortunately for him, fortunately for us, the heavy machine guns come on very big, what we call as tracks or very big carts. That cart could not enter. And in the report itself, it says that Dyer was utterly disappointed that he could not use his machine guns. Now, he will ask basically, regiment will be divided into 2 parts, and he will ask them to line up here, one standing and one sitting down. Without any warning, without any announcement, without anything, illegally, without martial law, he will ask them to shoot. 1,650 rounds. 1,650 rounds were fired by the men. Machine guns were not used. The people had no idea what was happening. Some of them, or most of them, threw themselves into the well, in which they drowned. The ones who were in the front died, and all the troops were Indian. That is the irony of the story. That an Indian was shooting an Indian on an order of a Britisher. This is why colonialism captures the mind. We don't have the exact estimate of how many people died. We don't have the exact estimation of how many people were injured. But the official report says that 1650 rounds were fired for sure. There will be multiple deaths. While the British would say 200 to 300 people died, 1500 injured, the Congress will form its own committee. It will argue that it is going to be 1500 injured, 1000 dead. But a rough estimate, if you go with it, was close to 3000 to 4000 people dead. The British had now shown their real color. The British had now shown what they really were. This moment will be considered the darkest moment of Indian colonialism, because this was not something which was expected from the British, but in a way it was also expected. Approximately 500 to 1000 official estimation, 2 to 3000. That's not the point here. The only thing which is certain is 1650 rounds. One man, very young boy, who had actually got shot in his leg, named Udham Singh, was also there in the Bagh. He will see his family die in this massacre, the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, and he will later take revenge for what happened by killing Michael O'Dwyer in London. Dyer died a natural death because of disease, but O'Dwyer was still alive, and Udham Singh is going to kill O'Dwyer. But what the real audacity of the British was that after this incident, it's not that the repression stopped. On 14th April, the place where Marcella Sherwood had actually been beaten up, Indians were asked to crawl on their bellies so as to show that they were sorry for that. Amritsar will see unprecedented level of violence. Punjab will start to burn. The British will literally make Punjabis pay for what had happened on 10th April. Further, Gandhi will be in shock. India will be in shock. Gandhi will withdraw the Rowlatt Satyagraha on 18th April itself. He will give up his title, Kaisar-e-Hind, which was given to him. Rabindranath Tagore will give up back his titles, his knighthood. And now, in a way, the British agenda was very clear and was in front of everybody. That they were not here to rule by consent or to give you self-government. They were here to rule by power. And this is a very important lesson for Gandhi, because Gandhi could see that what the British could actually do. And please understand this now very, very well. Gandhi, anytime violence used to happen from the Indians, he used to literally fear what the British are going to do again. Please understand this point very, very clearly, because people say that Gandhi was ready to take a truce, or he was a coward who actually used to take back movements. But Gandhi did it every time to make sure that no more Jallianwala Baghs happened. Because Jallianwala Bagh was that one moment in which it was clear that the British could do anything to get revenge back. And we can agree, I think, that violence was not the way India was ever going to get independence. That Gandhi understood that. If we fire one round, they will fire 50 rounds. So, if you have ever been told that these are moments of weakness for Gandhi, it is not a moment of weakness. It is a moment of strategic retreat, because he knew that British could had the ammunition and had the power to kill each and every Indian. So Jallianwala Bagh is that moment in which British agenda was very clear. More than that, when the Hunter Commission will be appointed to check, Hunter Commission will rather say that yes, Dyer did a wrong thing, he will be court-martialed, but he will not be jailed. He will be acquitted because he was acting in his own power. Within the Hunter Commission, there are basically two reports, because there were 3 Indians and 5 Britishers in that committee. The 3 Indians actually give you the real picture of what happened. The 5 will acquit Dyer. In Britain, the House of Lords, people will raise money so as to support Dyer, because Dyer had lost his job. The British attitude towards Jallianwala Bagh massacre only showed the real picture of their existence in India. So one thing should be very clear by this point of time: this is not democracy. This is colonialism at its brutalist and ugliest. So one point you need to understand is that the concept of violence for Gandhi was very, very dangerous. And I will, by the end of this class, also discuss another moment where Gandhi will retreat in order to avoid another Jallianwala Bagh. So are we clear with regards to the story of how Jallianwala Bagh happened? How is it linked to 10th April? How is it linked to the Punjab wrongs, the Punjab anger, and the British response to it? Yes. Remember one thing, they will retrospectively put in the martial law. So no explanation is actually justifiable. And the British still have the audacity to not apologize for this incident till today. Till today, there has been no formal apology from the British that yes, we did wrong at Jallianwala Bagh. While Trudeau was quick to say that Komagata Maro was something where the Canadian authorities did wrong, the British till today will not agree that Jallianwala Bagh was their fault. So this is the story. It's a story. And don't think that Rishi Sunak is going to change anything. Okay. Now, before 6th, now I'm just going to bring this story till the point we need transition to non-cooperation. I hope you understand the importance of Rowlatt, understand generally the concept of Jallianwala Bagh, withdrawal on 18th April 1990. So on 6th April itself, mass-scale resistance drew up, and you have large-scale violence also, anti-British demonstrations in Calcutta, Bombay, and Delhi. However, in Punjab, the situation became even more explosive due to wartime repression, forcible recruitment, ravages of diseases. So the army was called upon to put in martial law there generally. Lieutenant Governor of Punjab, Sir Michael O'Dwyer, does not deserve this, sir. Michael O'Dwyer is said to have even used aircraft strafing against violent protesters. Strafing means that an aircraft fires from the air on the people to disperse them. Thereafter, Amritsar was one of the most affected by violence. In the beginning, there was no violence generally. Indians shut down their shops, normal trade, and every street was closed generally for the betrayal of the British. On 9th April, nationalist leaders Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyapal were arrested, and the Britishers will use the Rowlatt Act to remove them from the picture itself. This caused resentment amongst the Indian protesters who had come out on 10th April to show their solidarity with their leaders. This soon turned very violent and the police resorted to firing on the protesters itself. Tensions ran high. Close to 5 Englishmen were reportedly killed. Marcella Sherwood, an English missionary, was going on a bicycle and she will be beaten up. Troops were sent immediately to quench the disturbances. General Dyer was a senior British officer who had come to restore law and order in Amritsar via the martial law itself. By then, the city had already turned into calm and the protesters had become more or less very peaceful. Dyer, however, issued a proclamation on 13th April, Baisakhi Day, forbidding people from leaving the city without a pass and from organizing demonstrations, assembling in group more than 3. Thereafter, on Baisakhi Day, a large crowd of people, mostly from neighboring villages, unaware of the prohibiting orders, gathered in Jallianwala Bagh, a popular place of public events in the Baisakhi festival. Local leaders had called for a protest at this venue. Close to 20,000 people were there, but most of them non-political. Meanwhile, the meeting had gone very, very peaceful. 2 resolutions were also passed in the corner against the Rowlatt Act and condemning the April 10th violence itself. Dyer arrived at the scene with his men. The troops will surround this Bagh and he will block all exit points and open fire on an unarmed crowd. No warning was issued, no instructions were given. An unarmed gathering of men, women was fired upon, which they tried to flee, but they could not because the exit was closed. According to British estimates, 379 were identified dead, 1,100 were wounded. According to the INC, 1,500 were injured, 1,000 were killed. But one thing is very clear that 1,650 rounds were fired, and this showed the uncivilized brutality of the British. Martial law was then proclaimed in Punjab. Public flogging means torture and humiliation was perpetuated. Indians were forced to crawl on their bellies down the road where Marcella Sherwood had been assaulted. The entire nation was stunned. Rabindranath Tagore gave up his knighthood. Gandhi gave up his title of Kaisar-e-Hind. And therefore, on 18th April, he will, in shock, withdraw the movement itself. The British will do this drama called the Hunter Commission. Montagu is going to order an investigation. Hunter was the chairman with 3 Indian members also. They all condemned the actions of Dyer, but the commission was just an eyewash. In the House of Lords, Dyer's action was justified. People were even giving money to the Morning Post, a newspaper, to help Dyer survive his lost job. And one of the famous contributors to that fund was Rudyard Kipling. Hunter Commission did not impose any penal or disciplinary action, but he was just asked to leave his job. He was fired from his job. The Congress will then appoint their own committee under, remember this please, Motilal Nehru, C.R. Das, Abbas Taibji, M.R. Jaikar and Gandhi. They will go to this incident. They will criticize Dyer's action as inhumane, and they will also say there was no justification for introduction of martial law in Punjab. And therefore, the only way we will get justice is in 1940, when at the Carlston Hall in London, Udham Singh, who had witnessed these events first-handed, was wounded, will kill O'Dwyer, the lieutenant governor. Dyer had already died in 1927. Udham Singh bore the name Ram Mohan Singh Azad, which I will discuss with you because communism was at the topmost point at this point of time. At 31st July 1940, Udham Singh will be martyred, and in 52, he will be given a very important title, Shaheed Udham Singh, and we honor him today as the only person who actually got justice for this event. Done, everybody? Dyer, he had, I think, TB. TB he had. He should have had cancer, but he had TB, unfortunately. Okay. Are we clear with regards to Rowlatt Satyagraha? Yes? Okay. Jinnah is not in the picture here. Don't give Jinnah so much importance. Dyer and O'Dwyer are different. Dyer spelling is this. O'Dwyer is this. He is the general, he is the lieutenant governor. Right. Okay. Perfect. So, we now move, Chelmsford is the viceroy. Now move to the non-cooperation movement. This is the last discussion we have. The non-cooperation movement is much more simpler and straightforward. So if I have your permission, I would like to give you the larger picture of non-cooperation, and then we can go into the PPT. Can we do that? The same way we did for Satyagraha, for Rowlatt Satyagraha. This is, I hope that this is working for you. This is going to be the standard concept. I will give you the whole movement in verbal. We'll try to understand it, and then we'll go into the nitty-gritty of it, which is to go and put in details, because non-cooperation, there is too much detail which you can't write into the examination. Rather, you need to understand the basic story, right? So I'll now talk about non-cooperation. So when we talk about non-cooperation is the second timeline, if you remember. We have finally completed the first timeline, which is to reach till 18th April. Our story, if you remember, started here, and we have now completed the above timeline, Rowlatt Satyagraha. We now need to go into the lower timeline, which is the NCM timeline, this one. So let's try to add the basic details into this basic timeline. Okay. Now the First World War is over. First World War is over. The First World War ends with the British, the French, the Russians, and the Americans winning over Germany, Austria, and the Ottomans. Ottomans basically are modern day Turkey. Modern day Turkey. Now, the war ends in 1918. So in 1919, there's a treaty which is signed, which is considered the worst treaty of the world, which is called the Treaty of Versailles. And this is only signed between Germany, Austria, and the victors. And we'll talk about the Treaty of Versailles when we'll talk about the world history. That's a separate story altogether. Considered the worst because of the fact that it is going to create the context for rise of Hitler, and thereafter the Second World War itself. Britain and France were too brutal on Germany, which is going to humiliate Germany beyond a point itself. And therefore, Germans always wanted to take revenge. And the British and French are very good in doing this generally. But our attention is more towards the Ottomans. When we'll do medieval India, I'll tell you that there are three dynasties which emerged together. The Mughals in India, the Safavids in the Iran sector, and the Ottomans in modern day Turkey. Now, Ottomans are a very important Islamic political dynasty or political structure, because their leader or king is called a Khalifa or a Caliph, same thing. In Islam, Khalifa or Caliph is both the political and the religious leader of all Muslims. If you remember, these are the same Ottomans who had blocked the route and the need for Vasco da Gama to come via the sea route. Yes, this is where we started. If you remember, our story started with the blocking of the land route to India because of the Ottomans. Yes, so in a way we've come full circle. Now the point is that caliphate is the area which the Khalifa rules. Khalifa is the person. Caliphate means the area of the Khalifa. Sultan, Sultanate, that way. Sultan's area is called Sultanate. So Khalifa's area is called Caliphate. That does not matter to you. Now, the Ottomans have lost. Now the British are involved. And the British want to humiliate the Khalifa. They had not signed a treaty in 1919, but a treaty was coming in 1920, which will later be called the Treaty of Sevres. Will happen in the city of Sevres. So it's called the Treaty of Sevres. But the Ottomans, Ottoman Turks as they're called technically, they're Turkish in origin, Islamic dynasty. Now basically the British, the Khalifa is in their hand because the British can do anything to the Khalifa. So if you are a Muslim all across the world, would you be thrilled that the most important leader of your religion is now at the mercy of the British? No, obviously no. Most revered, most respected leader is now under the mercy of the British. So in response to this, in 1919, 1920, there emerges across the world what is called the Khilafat movement. But we are not world, we are talking about India. It's called the Khilafat movement. Now please understand this. The word Khalifa is used to make the word Khilafat. So the Khilafat movement in India is basically started by two very important brothers, Shaukat and Muhammad Ali. The Ali brothers basically were the ones who started a movement in India to create pressure on the British to respectfully treat the Khalifa and not be too severe on him. So this movement starts independent of the Indian national movement and starts within the Muslim community of India. And by this point of time, Muslim leadership had also changed, that Aligarh school loyalist Muslims were gone. That we are going to appease with the British, we are going to appease the British. No, these are the Muslims who want to take the British at task. So the Muslim community had also gone from moderates to extremists. Now the Khilafat movement is something which links Indian struggle with all across the world, but in India, all Muslims came together under this basic idea that the Khalifa should be respected. Khalifa should not be disrespected by the Treaty of Sevres or whatever treaty is happening. We need to protect this Khalifa. Now here is Gandhi sitting in the Sabarmati ashram, still in shock of the Jallianwala Bagh, and he gets an idea. Gandhi was cognizant or knew about the concept of separate electorates. And he knew that the British were following a proper policy of divide and rule. So now Gandhi says that this is one movement which links all Muslims in India. So if I can somehow bring the Khilafat movement together with the INC, we can launch a much bigger movement. And herein lies the master stroke of Gandhi. Gandhi says that there are issues. Punjab was wronged. So the Punjab wrongs have been something which impacted us. And they are doing the same to the Khalifa. The All India Khilafat Committee, when it will meet, Gandhi was one of the president. Gandhi will very actively get involved with the Khilafat movement generally because he saw an opportunity in this movement. And even before the non-cooperation movement will start, the Khilafat movement will introduce the new concept, which is the concept of boycott of all institutions. We have previously seen that boycott was something which was used for goods and institutions. In which movement? Where was this previously used? Very good, Swadeshi. But Swadeshi was limited and Swadeshi was more about goods. Here it was about boycott, school, college, church, anything, everything. Now Gandhi takes this concept of Khilafat and wants the INC to appropriate it or get associated with it. So before I talk about the second part of the story, we are clear that what is Khilafat movement, we are clear who is the Khalifa, and we understand the fear of the Khilafat movement, that they don't want the Khalifa to be disrespected by the British. Are we understanding this point? We are? Very good. Now, the INC, Gandhi is creating pressure on the INC that you should align yourself with the Khilafat movement. And between January of 1920 to August of 1920, there will be a proper movement which Gandhi will try to push, that let's take this issue. Khilafat can be used to basically make the INC's movement bigger. We can launch a bigger movement which is non-cooperation. It was called non-cooperation and Khilafat movement. Sometimes also called Khilafat non-cooperation movement. Simple point was Gandhi was creating pressure on the INC to go for another mass movement. But the problem was that INC was not very keen. And there are two reasons for that. One of the boycott was also of Legislative Council and Provincial Legislative Council. Now, people like Motilal Nehru would see that somehow I got elected, we had to fight an election, then I became a part of the Legislative Council. Now you're asking me to boycott the Legislative Council, which is to resign. So there's a certain sense of inertia. It is called certain sense of hesitation. If you put in the effort, finally I've become a part of the Legislative Council. Now you're asking me to resign. But the most ardent and most biggest critique against the INC joining the Khilafat was actually Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Tilak was very clear. Tilak said that INC should not appropriate or should not get aligned with Khilafat, because Khilafat is a proper religious movement. It is a religious issue, and the INC is not a religious body. And Gandhi will insist that it is not a religious movement, it's a political movement, and it's a very good moment for Hindus and Muslims to come together. It's about Hindu-Muslim unity. Gandhi sees an opportunity to reduce the communalism in India. He tries to bring in the two biggest communities together. He knew that only when Hindus and Muslims come together, then only British can be removed. So for him, it was a moment of unity. Now, till Tilak will be alive, Khilafat will not actually be ever taken by the INC. However, it is historical coincidence that on 31st August 1920, Bal Gangadhar Tilak will take his last breath with a natural death. Natural death was there, nothing malified or anything. And on 31st August 1920, he will die. And as soon as he will die, in September of 1920, a special session will be kept at Calcutta, in which the INC will informally say that yes, we appropriate the Khilafat issue, Hindu-Muslim unity should go forward, and the Khilafat program and the non-cooperation program has been adopted. And then in December of 1920, at the Nagpur session, which was the proper session, the non-cooperation movement was launched. The non-cooperation movement was launched. Nagpur session is equally important because the INC also changed itself, wherein certain changes were brought in. Now the INC acted like an all India body all year long because they created a three-tiered structure. The Congress Working Committee at the center, which will then coordinate with the provincial committees, and at the lowest level, the ward committees, so as to create a basic, what we call as sense of everybody coming together and Congress becoming more organized. More than that, they will also reduce their membership fee, which used to be ₹1, ₹1, but it was reduced to 10 annas, which was ₹1 was very expensive that way. And NCM will be launched. So non-cooperation movement only went ahead once Tilak was dead. Now, NCM, the basic features are not very different from Swadeshi in a way. Because if you look at the non-cooperation program, I'll show it to you. The non-cooperation program is very similar to what we've previously seen, which is boycott of government schools and colleges, boycott of law courts and justice through panchayats. This was where Motilal Nehru was not very happy. C.R. Das was not very happy. Further, boycott of foreign cloth, khadi, and renunciation of government honors and titles. And what Gandhi argued was that if we are going to do this program, the next stage is going to be civil disobedience. And we'll go for another movement where no rent campaign, government service, everything will be paid. Everything will be, we will go for another new movement itself. So basically, the non-cooperation movement as of right now, very simply, is using two very important concepts. First is that it is using the Lucknow Pact, under which Jinnah was ready to cooperate with the Congress. The Muslim League and the Congress are together. Second, it is using the Khilafat movement to bring in Hindus and Muslims together. And third, it is using the boycott program to go for a national movement itself. Are we clear with regards to what is non-cooperation? Because I'll add the details later. What matters to me is how it will end, because it's a very important moment. Are we clear with regards to this? Basic idea is there. Non-cooperation, Khilafat issue, and thereafter the concept of how, very simply, non-cooperation movement works. But now what happens is that in 1920 they launch it. 1921 came, but Swaraj did not come. 1921 end came. Again, the British were not budging in. More than that, the Treaty of Sevres had already taken a lot of things away from the Khalifa. So the Khilafat issue did not do anything also. So in a way, the non-cooperation movement was not working. Though there was a lot of Hindu-Muslim unity, very beautiful expressions of Hindu-Muslim unity. But by 1922, people were becoming restless. People were becoming restless. You started Rowlatt Jallianwala Bagh ended it. Now for 2 years we have been fighting, boycotting. Now what? This is called overheating of a movement. Overheating of a movement. The movement now started to overheat. So people were now starting to lose patience. So what is going to happen is that in a very small town in UP, United Provinces, there was a place called Chauri Chaura, not Chori Chori, not Chori Chori, Chauri Chaura. Chauri Chaura. At Chauri Chaura, what happens is that there are close to 26 policemen who were managing a protest, and there were people protesting against the British generally, and the police will fire on the people to disperse them. One person will be killed, and now the frustration of the NCM not working is going to come out. And what will happen is that the people will start to run after the police. The police will go and retreat back to their police station. The people will very simply lock the gate, put petrol, and burn the police station. This is called the Chauri Chaura incident, where 22 to 26 policemen were burnt alive by a protesting crowd. Now Gandhi will get to know about Chauri Chaura, and he will, as it is, he will get to know about Chauri Chaura. He will stop the movement. As it is, Gandhi was looking for non-cooperation. He was looking for a truce. Non-cooperation wasn't working. But as soon as Chauri Chaura will happen, Gandhi will stop the movement. He will withdraw the non-cooperation movement. Now you tell me, why did he do it? He did it because now Gandhi knew that if I don't withdraw the movement itself, the second Jallianwala Bagh is going to happen in Chauri Chaura. So he wanted to avoid another Jallianwala Bagh, and everybody will be in shock. Nehru will say that Gandhi's lost his mind. Subhash Chandra Bose will say that why are we stopping the whole movement because some farmers, some peasants got into a clash. People will be in shock. People will be disillusioned. People will say, what is the point of this movement when every time it goes to a certain level, you withdraw it? But Gandhi was very clear. I can't let this movement go forward, because if the British will retaliate, they will retaliate with even more death. So Chauri Chaura is mostly seen as a moment of weakness of Gandhi, but rather it was much bigger. He wanted to avoid another major Jallianwala Bagh type incident. It was a strategic retreat. As it is, NCM was not working, and therefore he will withdraw the movement itself. And more than that, Gandhi will be arrested also. It will be believed that Chauri Chaura happened in the British eyes. Gandhi will be given 6 years in imprisonment, and he will just take the blame and say, okay, arrest me. I am the one who enticed the Chauri Chaura peasants. So Chauri Chaura is a major moment of disillusionment for everybody. However, all are British officers. However, the point was that it's not a moment of weakness. Gandhi saw what happened in Amritsar for 5 people. These were 26 to 22 policemen. So the non-cooperation movement ended in the most dramatic way possible. With Chauri Chaura happening, Gandhi takes his truce and stops the movement. But more than that, he wants to avoid another Jallianwala Bagh. So when we talk about non-cooperation is more about Khilafat, non-cooperation, Tilak, then getting appropriated within the INC. But what is more significant is how it stopped. So very simply, Chauri Chaura is considered a break point for Indian nationalism, because how would Chauri Chaura lead to another Jallianwala Bagh? Akshay, you tell me one thing. 5 people were killed and 1 nun was beaten up. 1,500 people were shot by the British. You think that if Chauri Chaura, thereafter NCM would go forward, what would the British do? The British would take revenge. So they would again take revenge in the most ruthless fashion possible. People were ready to see, people allowed Gandhi to get arrested because people for one moment stopped believing in Gandhi. They said, this, he's lost his mind. Let him go to jail. In that moment, non-cooperation after, and why was non-cooperation not working? Kiru, you tell me. In 1922, were the British in a mood to give up India? This movement was never going to go anywhere. As it is, the Khilafat issue is going to very simply fizz out by 1922. Because Turkey is going to become a secular state, Khalifa will be abolished by them only. Simple point is, by 1922, Khilafat issue was also wavering. Because the Khilafat issue was wavering because the Turkish population itself under Kamal Pasha are going to say, we abolish Khalifa. Will the British abolish? We abolish the Khalifa. And Turkey emerges as a secular state itself. So, very simply, there was no way this movement was actually ever going to go anywhere. People were still ready to fight the British. Even if 1,000 people more died, people would fight. But Gandhi knew that the British would not stop at just killing people. This would escalate to a point where there was no coming back itself. So as much as you can love, hate, or not like what he did, his basic logic is violence is unacceptable, strategic truce, and the concept of second Jallianwala Bagh. Clear, everybody? Can we just read this out? Because you will see there's a lot of detail in the story which you can't write it itself. Okay, perfect. If we got Azadi in 1922, would Gandhiji withdraw the movement? Well, hypothetically, if we got it in 1857, there was no need for Gandhi only. So that way, so hindsight 2020, anything. Yes, if we got 22, he would not. But Gandhi knew that he was. Gandhi knew very well that no independence was going to be given. It was about training the people. It was about the Satyagraha method. In a way, Satyagraha never worked on the British in the all India level. I already told you. First Satyagraha, all at Satyagraha, Jallianwala Bagh. Second Satyagraha, non-cooperation. Then Chauri Chaura. This is going to be the standard story. Satyagraha is never going to outrightly work. Only when the British were too weak, then only they left India. We will talk about that. Okay. Can we just consolidate everything? Yes, we can. Government of India Act 1919, ill-conceived scheme of hierarchy, failed to satisfy anybody. Jallianwala Bagh had already happened. Economic hardship of the war, inflation, unemployment. War is always followed by economic hardship. A lot of unemployment, inflation, people are reeling. Now, Lucknow Pact had already happened. Lucknow Pact had already happened. Rowlatt Act had brought together Hindu, Muslims, everybody together. More than that, the radicalism of the Muslims had also changed because they had stopped believing in the British. So you have new radical Muslim nationalists, for example, Muhammad Ali, Azad, Hakim Ajmal Khan, Hassan Imam. All of them had now come out of that conservative Aligarh type of loyalism. And now these younger elements wanted to express their anti-imperialistic sentiment in much more sense in that regard. Further, the Khilafat issue now became the epicenter of Muslim politics in India, wherein the word Khilafat is an institution, or the word Khilafat is used from the institution or the office of Khalifa. Khalifa, or the Caliph of Turkey, was regarded as a spiritual and political head of Muslims. First World War, Turkey will lose along with Germany. The victory will mean that there was a humiliating treaty for Germany, and such treaty was being planned for Turkey also. And the concept was that Khalifa would be removed and Turkey would be dismembered, which is to be destroyed or divided. Now, the demand for Khilafat, or the demand for Khalifa being protected, which is called the Khilafat movement, was started to the Khilafat committee, which was started in India by Shaukat Ali and Muhammad Ali, the Ali brothers. Khalifa must retain, and this is the demands. This is the demands that the Khalifa must retain control over Muslim sacred spaces. He should be given sufficient territory to defend himself. The Arabia, Saudi, Syria, Iraq, Palestine area must remain under his sovereignty. And Azad, Ajmal Khan, and what is called Hasrat Mohani all work together with Ali brothers over this issue. Now, very simply, Gandhi will see an opportunity once they will start a movement. So in November of 1919 itself, All India Khilafat Conference was held in Delhi, and they asked for boycott of British goods. They spelled out that if no peace terms were favorable, they would go for further no cooperation. Gandhi, the president of All India Khilafat Conference, saw a possibility of mass and united non-cooperation. Herein lies the struggle between Gandhi and Tilak in a way. Congress supported the Khilafat movement but did not want to unite under this issue. Tilak said that it was a religious issue, should not be taken. Further, the boycott of council was not supported by leaders like C.R. Das and others like Motilal Nehru, who said that we've already put in so much effort to win the election, and therefore another election was coming in November of 1920. Gandhi, however, got approval for all of these issues. Muslim League was also ready to support the Congress over this issue generally. But it was Tilak who was not allowing this to happen. So in February of 1920, a joint Hindu-Muslim delegation will be sent to the Viceroy. However, that will fail. Gandhi will say that I bring in the concept of Punjab wrongs and constitutional advance into one concept of Khilafat question, and I would like to launch a movement of non-cooperation which would satisfy both the terms of the Hindus and the Muslims. And if the Treaty of Sevres is not good, I will launch a non-cooperation generally to satisfy the demands of the Indian Muslims. Now, in May of 1920, Treaty of Sevres will completely destroy Turkey. In June, all party conference will be held at Allahabad, which will say that we should go for boycott of schools, colleges, and Gandhi was asked to lead that movement. However, again, till this point, Tilak was not agreeing. On 31st August, the Khilafat Committee started a campaign of non-cooperation, and that movement will be formally launched. And Tilak would already have taken his last breath on 1st August. At the special session in September, the Congress will give approval for a non-cooperation, and it will say that we bring in these two concepts, the Punjab wrongs, which is Jallianwala Bagh, and the Khilafat together, and only when Swaraj will be established, then only this movement will stop. Thereafter, they had now chosen this basic program, boycott everything. Then the second stage of the movement would be that they will go for mass civil disobedience, and the participants will look for and work for Hindu-Muslim unity, removing untouchability, and remain non-violent. So till this point, I hope everybody is with me. I'm just repeating the story now out of the PPT. There's nothing new. I'm giving you the basic details now. I hope everybody is following me. This is the basic pattern we follow. Basic story, then the PPT itself. Okay, great. Now the movement is formally accepted and endorsed in the Nagpur session. Nagpur session is important because important changes were made within the Congress itself. For the first time, the Congress said that it is going to attain independence and self-government, not through just constitutional means, but from extra constitutional mass struggle. This is what Gandhi had now given them the concept that constitutional struggle will not give you Swaraj, rather extra constitutional mass movement is something very, very important. Thereafter, they also changed their structure. The Congress Working Committee, the Provincial Working Committee, the Ward Committees are going to now allow entry fees of only 4 annas. And the Khilafat issue and the Punjab wrongs all are brought in together. And there will be an unprecedented surge in the energy, the enthusiasm. And 1921 and 22, there will be a major fervor. People will do anything and everything in that regard to make sure that the non-cooperation movement works. So the manifestations of this you can see here. Please don't learn all of this. Don't have to learn. Do not learn. You just have to enjoy this story. That's it. So Jinnah, Besant, Kapadre, Pal all left Congress believing that this extra constitutional thing we cannot do. SN Banerjee is going to then find his own party, which is called Indian National Liberation Front, which is going to literally be useless thereafter. Gandhi declared that if non-cooperation was not implemented, if implemented completely, within 1 year Swaraj. You think that was possible? Swaraj, self-government, same thing. 1 year he said that if non-cooperation fully implemented, 1 year. No. But he's still saying that so as to increase the enthusiasm. So many revolutionaries became a part of the Congress at this point of time. Ali brothers were touring India along with Gandhi. The Home Rule League was very actively involved with Gandhi and non-cooperation generally. Students left colleges, schools, and joined national schools and colleges. English education institutions were boycotted. There was new education institutions which were developed by Acharya Narendra Dev, C.R. Das, Lala Lajpat Rai, Zakir Hussain. Subhash Chandra Bose, SC Bose is Subhash Chandra Bose is going to become the principal of National College at Calcutta. He was also now emerging as a very important personality. English cloths were boycotted and imports fell by half. Khadi was hand spun. Khadi became the new symbol of protest and Indian unity. Picketing of shops happened. There were lawyers, all lawyers, for example, Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Siad Das, Saifuddin Kichlev, who had now re-emerged after the Rowlatt Satyagrah, Vallabhbhai Patel, Asaf Ali, you have Rajendra Prasad, all will give up their legal practice. Social boycott will happen. Tilak Swaraj Fund was created. 1 crore rupees was collected for the non-cooperation. Very big amount that was. Congress volunteers now were emerging as parallel police. The Ali brothers gave a call for the Muslims to even resign from the army and from the services itself because it was unreligious to work within the British. Gandhi echoed the call that the committee should pass a resolution for the same. The Congress gave the call that all local Congress bodies should go for civil disobedience as much as possible. So you can see that in the first two years, 21 and 22, the power of this movement is very high. Enthusiasm is very, very high. However, things will now start to go south by the time we come to late 2022, 2022. So you have no tax campaign in Midnapur and Guntur. In Assam, the Assam Bengal Railway, there will be a strike which will be organized by J.M. Sengupta. In November of 1921, when the Prince of Wales is going to come to India, his car will be chastened by Indians. Technically, his procession was hijacked by Indians and he had to run away literally out of Bombay. There will be also Awadh Kisan movement, Eka movement, Mapila revolt, Sikh agitation. All across India, the British could see that Indian nationalism had matured and become better. And even the Viceroy now reading tried to break the unity of Gandhi and Ali brothers by saying that, see, Ali brothers are saying for violence. You are Gandhi, say that don't do violence. But Gandhi said that I don't care what they're saying. I will not let you wedge a gap between the Khilafat issue and the Khilafat leaders and me. So very simply, Gandhi will later be arrested on the concept that you are enticing violence. But more than that, banning of the press, gagging of the press. Now the British will go for proper repression. Now the repression will come, wherein they will start to say, okay, you are not ready to cooperate, we will go for repression. And that repression is going to culminate in Chauri Chaura. A mob of peasants, Khilafat agitators, burnt 22 policemen alive after a lathi charge, which had gone wrong on 5th February 1922. Thereafter, the Congress was ready to launch the no tax movement and was getting ready to go for a much bigger movement by 12th February. However, Gandhi will call off the movement. Many nationalists will believe that it was not stopped at the wrong moment itself, when the movement was actually going into a new phase itself. C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru, Subhash Chandra Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru all express bewilderment at Gandhi's decision. C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru will even say that this makes no sense over what Gandhi has done. Subhash Chandra Bose will say that it is a national calamity. Jawaharlal Nehru will say that it should not be suspended over just poor peasants misbehaving. Simple point of the matter was non-cooperation was now taken back and our second mass movement was over. Now, tell me one thing. After going through all of this, can you write all of this in 250 words? R. Prasad is Rajendra Prasad. So, do you actually get the point that why I don't give heed to this story? Understand one thing. The whole story cannot be written in 250 words. That is why I give you a basic gist and then add the details. 250 words, if you start to write Rajendra Prasad did this, Nehru did this. If you're still believing, you can try to write it. Give me all of this from this point. This in 250 words. Not possible itself. Along with the the non-cooperation program, it's not possible. Please understand this point. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you this. It's actually not possible. So can I just close everything for today, give you a summary of the 3 things we've done today, and then we meet tomorrow to go to Swaraj's No Changes, Bhagat Singh, Revolutionaries Part 2, Gandhi Irwin Pact, Simon Commission. Yes, I can do that. Everybody's followed me till this point, no issues. Okay. Yes, Ilma, that is the basic point. Course and stories are never asked in UPSC because they cannot be written in such less words. Rather, it is always the details which matter. It is the concepts which matter. Okay. So we started our class with the August Declaration. We started our class with the August Declaration, where we tried to understand the concept of how Montagu said that sedition is not equal to Swaraj. I will give you a question, Ranjan. You will see how you will write it. Thereafter, we discussed how Defense of India Act was already being used to stifle press freedom, nationalists in India. Then we talked about the Government of India Act 1919, 3 major structural changes, High Commission of India, thereafter bicameralism at center, hierarchy at provincial level, with addition of executive councillor at the provincial level. We also understood how legislative jurisdictional division came through. Thereafter, the Rowlatt Act was an extension of the Defense of India regulations, and how the Rowlatt Act created the first instance in which Gandhi could come to a nationalist level, to the national level, and launch a movement which was truly mass movement. We discussed the 6th April Hartal, which in turn was linked to the concept of all India Hartal with fasting prayer, very successful. However, Punjab was burning. On 9th April, Saifuddin Kichlev and Satyapal are going to be picked up under Rowlatt Act. 10th, there will be unprecedented violence. 13th, there will be retaliation from Dyer in the form of Jallianwala Bagh incident. 18th April, they will take it back. On the other hand, the 1919 year is going to be topped up with the Second World War ending in 1918, and thereafter the Khilafat issue brewing up by November of 1919, wherein the Khalifa should not be disrespected by the British. The Khilafat issue was seen as an opportunity by Gandhi to launch back-to-back movements, and therefore he will try to unite the INC under the concept of Khilafat, and the boycott program will be introduced. Now, very simply, for till Tilak is alive, that will not happen. Once that will happen, Calcutta session, Nagpur session, Congress is going to adopt the NCM. First 2 years, NCM is going to work very well, wherein there will be boycott, there will be this, that, national education. Everybody is going to do very well. But by 1922, the whole movement was becoming impatient. Gandhi had said that Swaraj is going to come in 1 year. Chauri Chaura is going to happen. In order to avoid a second Jallianwala Bagh, he is going to withdraw the movement and get arrested in that regard. Clear, everybody? This is the basic story I've given you till today. Yes? Now, one of you asked me that how do you ask a question, or what type of question can come from non-cooperation? I'll give you that type of question and then you can leave for today. See, non-cooperation, the only slide which actually matters to you is this one. This is the only slide which matters to you. Very, very important, because this tells you the non-cooperation program. But rather, I'll give you a question. Let's see if you can answer it and then you can leave. See, if I give you a question like this, that the non-cooperation program or movement represented Hindu-Muslim unity and features previously not seen in Indian nationalism. Discuss. Can you answer this question in 150 words or 250 words? Jyoti, for you, it's joining in the 16th class. So I hope you can just go through it again and it will make sense. You would have to go through the videos again. So will you be able to tell them how Hindu-Muslim unity was very, very important? How previously we had not seen such a mass level of movement everywhere in India, 250 words, 150 words, whatever be the words you want. Are you getting the way they're asking the question? Though non-cooperation has not been asked till this point. I'll show you the questions tomorrow. Questions are not coming on movements and their courses. It's coming on their impact and implication. So you have to talk about boycott. You have to talk about boycott of legislative councils, not done previously. The way Hindu Muslims were together. Everywhere you can talk about. Intro and conclusion very simply is going to be that Rowlatt Satyagraha has happened, Punjab wrongs, and conclusion by saying that it was an unprecedented movement in that regard. You want a question from Rowlatt Satyagraha? I'll give you Rowlatt also. The Rowlatt Act became the stepping stone for Gandhi's entry into nationalistic politics. Discuss. Now are you getting what type of question I'm making? I'm not asking you how did it happen. I'm asking you the implication of that movement. That is the way the question is asked actually. It's a first all linear level movement. Gandhi used it, came to the forefront, mass nationalism. 150 words is not a lot vis-a-vis writing that. Done. Everybody, come on. For anybody who's, this was the first class, I hope with no 16 classes missed, I hope it made sense a little bit at least. And the SME will be happy to guide you how to cover everything which has already been taught. Yes? Can we agree? Can we break for today then? Jyoti, come on. Perfect. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. For anybody who's new, we start at 6 p.m. Rather at 6 a.m. So please don't be late. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a very productive day. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.